Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Chaitanya Gana Parna परौ प्रेमामृता वनिधि धीर धीर जन प्रिय कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन प्रभु प्रेमामृतां वनिधि धीर धीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव भारा तारक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री जीव गोपालक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री जीव गोपालक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान कीर्तन गान नर्तन परम प्रेम में वीर वीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो पूजितम् चैतन्य कृपा भरौ श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव मारव अंतरक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री जीव गोपालक विचार नहीं पुनः सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण करो विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं श्री चैतन्य कृपा बरौ लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं करौ विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं करौ Nanda Krishna Radha Krishna Padarabindau Bhajanamritau Radha Krishna Padarabindau भजना नंदे नमत्तालिका वंदे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ कीर्तन गान नतल परौ वीर वीर जनप्रिय श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ वंदे रूप सनातनं वासुदेव सुदे वासुदेव दुष्टदसुरे सुतराज्यलक्ष्मी धर्मीश्च आजवदस जगदाद रन्ना मंडलस्नी सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे शतो करुणया मंडलपति शनि सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे शतो करुणया कौपीन कंठास्थितौ गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी कल्लो लमग्नं मोहन वन्दे रूप सनातनं जगजुगौ श्री जी भगो पालक राधे हे राधे ब्रज देविके च हे नंद सूना कुतः राधे ब्रज देविके च ललिते हे नंद सूनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने तः राधे ब्रज देविके च ललिते हे नंद सूनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने तः घोषन्तापिति घोषन्तापिति सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदै विहुबलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगौ श्री घोषन्तापिति सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदै महाविहुबलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगौ श्री बालकौ कृष्ण कीर्तन तान रतन परम प्रेमामृतम मणिधि धीर धीर जनप्रिय प्रियकरौ हिमांशरौ पूजितौ श्री चैतन्य कृपाभर भुवि भुव हरहं तारकौ वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुयुगौ दया कर सीतापति दया कर सीतापति अद्वैत
बोलावा विठ्ठल पहावा विठ्ठल बंधनापासूनी उखराल्या घाटी बंधनापासूनी उखराल्या घाटी देताली मिठी सावकाश बंधनापासूनी उखराल्या घाटी देताली मिठी सावकाश बोलावा विठ्ठल पहावा विठ्ठल ओ बोलावा विठ्ठल पहावा विठ्ठल तुका मन देह बरला विठाले तुका मन देह बरला विठाले तुका मन देह बरला विठाले तुका मन देह तुका तुका मन देह बरला विठाले तुका मन देह बरला विठाले काम क्रोध केले गररीती तुका मन देह बरला विठाले काम क्रोध केले गररीती बोलावा विठ्ठल पहावा विठ्ठल ओ बोलावा विठ्ठल पहावा विठ्ठल 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 भोलाबा विठ्ठला भोलाबा विठ्ठला भोलाबा विठ्ठला Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
प्रेमामृतां वनिधि धीर धीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव भारा तारक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री जीव गोपालक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री जीव गोपालक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन परम प्रेम में वीर वीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो पूजितम् श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ तन्न कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव मारव अंतरक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री जीव गोपालक विचार नहीं सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण करो विचार नहीं कल्पना सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं श्री चैतन्य कृपा बरौ लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं करौ। विचारणैकनिपुणं तद्धर्म संस्थापकं लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं राधा कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजनामृतौ राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजना नंदेन मत्तालिका वंदे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ श्री कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नटल परौ प्रेम मने वीर वीर जनप्रिय प्रेम पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ वंदे रूप सनातनं वासुदेव सुधराज्यलक्ष्मी धर्मीश्च आजवदस जगदाद रन्ना मंडलस्नी सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा स्वाधीन गणेश को करुणया मंडलपति शनि सदा उत्सव भूत्वादीन गणेश को करुणया कौपीन कंठास्थित गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी कल्लो लमग्नं वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्रीजी भगवान राधे हे राधे ब्रज देवी के हे नंद सुना कुतः राधे ब्रज देवी के ललिते हे नंद सुनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पाद पतले कालिंदी वने कुतः राधे ब्रज देवी के ललिते हे नंद सुनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पाद पतले कालिंदी वने कुतः वो संतापिते वो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई विहुबलौ वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्रीजी वो संतापिति सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे हेदई महाविभुफलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्रीगीतो बालक कृष्ण कीर्तन तान रतन परम प्रेमामृतम मनीषी धीर धीर जनप्रिय प्रियकरौ हिमांशरौ पूजितौ श्री चैतन्य कृपाभर भुवि भुव वहन तारक वन्दे रूप सनातन जगजुग दया कर सीतापति दया कर सीतापति अद्वैत कृपा बोले पली तब कृपा बोले दया कर सीतापति अद्वैत गोसाई तब पावले पाई चैतन्य निताई गाजकार सीतापति अद्वैत गोसाई तब पावले पाई चैतन्य निताई सनातना नरोत्तमा आहा सनातना रूप रघुना युग जीव प्रभु रघुना Gaya karo siya sajang siniba Rama chanda sangha mage namo Gaya karo siya sajang Prabhu siniba Rama chanda sangha mage narakumada Viki chaitanya prabhu Gaya kana mani Tumi bina ke dayal Jagat Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Raja Karamane Tumi Bina Ke Dayal Jagat Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Govinda Jina Madhanama Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Dina Madhanama Govinda Gopina Radha Jaya कालिंद जमुना जय जय महाबम Jaya Krishna Sakha Vatur Jara Jaya Jaya Gopi Charan Vrindavanama Jaya Jaya Krishna Sakha Vatur Jara Jaya Jaya Rama Ghan Rohini Nandan Jaya Jaya Vrindavana Vasi Jatana Jaya Jaya Naga Panagam Bhakti Jahara Paila Govinda Chara Jaya Jaya Patni Jaya Naga Panagam Bhakti Jahara Paila Govinda Chara Siracho Mandala Jaya Jaya Ramasha Siracho Mandala Jaya Jaya Radha Jaya Jaya Rasa Dila Jaya Jaya Rasa Dila Sadhamana Jaya Nava Jaya Jaya Jana Rasa Sarvarasa Parvati Araha Pradet Jannabi Padapama Variyasmana Jannabi Pada Padma Karishma Dina Krishna Dasa Hare Dina Krishna Rasa Hare Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Yamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Gopi Parana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhanam Gopi Parana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhanam Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gopi Parana Dhana Parana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhanam Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Amaya Harinam Amya Vilasa Vipina Purangara Navina Nagara Mara Bhakti Madana Suvasa Amaya Harinam Amya Vilasa Vipina Purangara Navina Nagara Bara Bhakti Madana Suvasa Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara गोकुल रंजन दशमति नंदन ब्रजजन ब्रजजन पालन असुरनाशन नंद को धन रखवाला ब्रजजन पालन असुरनाशन नंद को धन रखवाला गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शनम गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शनम सुंदर नंद गोपाल गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शनम गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शनम सुंदर नंद गोपाल दशमति नंदन ब्रज वर नागर दशमति नंदन ब्रज वर नागर गोकुल रंजन दशमति नंदन ब्रज वर नागर गोकुल रंजन राम नटत चरा तरा गोपी वसन हरा दास रसिक कृपम चरा गोपी वसन हरा रास रसिक कृपम श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन रटव श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन रटव भक्ति विनोद जसायम श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन रटव श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन रटव भक्ति विनोद जसायम दशमति नंदन ब्रज वर नागर गोकुल रंजन दशमति नंदन ब्रज वर नागर गोकुल रंजन गोपी परानंदन मदन मनोहर कालिय गमन विधान गोपी परानंदन मदन मनोहर आर्य दमन विधान दक्षामति नंदन ब्रजबदनागर गोकुल नंदन दक्षामति नंदन ब्रजबदनागर गोकुल नंदन गोपी वचन हर रास रसिक कृपमाय रामुन तट चर गोपी वचन हर रास रसिक कृपमाय श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नट श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नट भक्ति विनोद श्री राधा वल्लभ मननाथ भक्ति विनोद समति नंदन ब्रजबदनागर गोकुल नंदन समति नंदन चिंतामणि प्रकर सदमसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतो संभ्रमसेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमाहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकर सदमसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमाहं भजामि वेनं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं वेनं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं बरहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् कन्दर्पकोटि कमनीय विशेषशोभं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। चिंतामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरवि पालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। आलोल चंद्रकलश वनमाल वंशी रत्नांगदं प्रणय कैली कलाविलासं श्यामं त्रिभंगललितं नियत प्रकाशं गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। चिंतामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। चिंतामणि अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति। अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति। आनंद चिन्मय सदु जल विग्रहस्य गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। चिंतामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मषु कल्पवृक्ष रक्षाप्रीतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् चिन्तामणि वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं चाक्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजना सहितं कृष्ण चैतन्य देवं श्री राधा कृष्ण पदां सगन ललिता श्री विशाखान्वितांश्च श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
संसार दावानलनिरलोका तराय कारुण घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणान्नवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता बादित्रमाद्यन्मन सोरसेना रोमाञ्चकं पाशुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानलनिरलोका ज्ञानाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन मंदिरमार्जनादौ श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन मंदिरमार्जनादौ युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नचित्तं हरिवक्त्रसंहान् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नचित्तं हरिवक्त्रसंहान् तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयर पार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नां श्रीराधिका माधवयरपान माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नां प्रतीक्षण स्वादनलोपसं प्रतीक्षण स्वादनलोपसं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं संसारदावानन्दलोक प्राणाय पारुण्य घनाघनत्यं प्राप्त सकलनन गुणान्नवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं निकुञ्जजूनरतिकेली सिद्धै निकुञ्जजूनरतिकेली सिद्धै जाजाली विद्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया निकुञ्जजूनरतिकेली सिद्धै जाजाली विद्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रातिदाक्षादतिबलवशं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं संसारदावानललितलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनतं तप्तसकलनन गुणान्नवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं साक्षादरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः साक्षादरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः किन्तु प्रभुः प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं किन्तु प्रभुः प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं संसारदावानललितलोक प्राणाय पारुण्य घनाघनत्यं प्राप्त सकलनन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि गायं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं गायं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं संसारताप कल्याण गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् शारदा वाणललितलोकम् प्रणय कारुण्यघनाघनतम् कपश कल्लन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे हरे राम कृष्ण जगमाय नमः राधाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरे गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम गिरिधारी गोपी ना मदन गिरिधारी गोपी मदन मोहन हरे राघवाय नमः राघवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरे गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन गोपाल गोविंद राम गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपी Haraye Yadavaya Madhavaya Kesavashanamaya Haraye Hani Haraye Nama Krishna Yadavaya Namaya Yadavaya Madhavaya Kesavaya Namaya Yadavaya Madhavaya Kesavaya Namaya Haraye Gopala Govinda Rama Gopala Govinda Rama Madhusudana Gopala Govinda Rama Madhusudana Giridhari Gopina Dhari Gopina Madhusudana Giridhari Gopina Madhusudana Haraye Haraye Rama Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Chita Shri Chaitanya Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Chita Hari Guru Vaishnava Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad Gita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad Gita Haraye Haraye Yadavaya Madhavaya Yadavaya Madhavaya Kesavaya Namaya Haraye Nama Krishna Yadavaya Namaya Haraye Yadavaya Madhavaya Yadavaya Madhavaya Kesavaya Raguna Virupa Vitana Bhatta Raguna Vivaga Vala Bhatta Vivaga তাদের চরণ সেবি ভক্ত শুনিবা তাদের চরণ সেবি ভক্ত শুনিবা জনমে জনমে মা এই অভিলা জনমে জনমে মা এই অভিলা অরজে নমস্তে জগ মায় গোসাই যাবে ব্রজে কইল বাস গোসাই যাবে ব্রজে কইল রাধা কৃষ্ণ রাধা কৃষ্ণ নিত্য লীলা করিল এই ছয় গত আমি ব্রজে কইলাম ব্রজে কইলাম রাধা নিত্য লীলা করিল আনন্দে বল হরি ভজ বৃন্দাবন হরি বৈষ্ণবে মজায়ামম আনন্দে বল হরি আনন্দে বল হরি ভজ বৃন্দাবন হরি বৈষ্ণবে মজায়ামম আনন্দ লহরি ভজ বৃন্দাবন হরি বৈষ্ণবে মজায়ামম Jagavaya Namah Jagavaya Ketamaya Namah Araye Chand Bale जाग गोरा चंद बले तत निद्रा जाओ शरीर को बोले गिर जाग अतः निद्रा जाओ तुम्हें शरीर खोले जाग 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 चंद बोले जाग जाग चंद बोले अतो निद्रा जाओ तुम्हें माया शरीर खोले कतो निद्रा जाओ तुम्हें माया शरीर खोले जाग जाग गोरा चांद माले गिर जाग गिर जाग गिर जाग चांद बोले कतो निद्रा जाओ तुम्हें कतो निद्रा कतो निद्रा जाओ तुम्हें माया प्रीत कतो निद्रा जाओ तुम्हें कतो निद्रा जाओ तुम्हें शरीर खोले जाग 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 गोरा चंद बोले जाग जाग माया पिशाची रखोले दुनिया हिले तुम्ही माया पिशाची रखोले जाग जाग गोर सद काले देवी जाग जाग गोर सद बोले कत निद्रा जाओ माया पिशाची बोले कत निद्रा जाओ माया पिशाची बोले जाग जाग गोर बोले माया बर लागी औषधि माया बन लागी हरि नाम महामंत्र न हो तुमी मागी औषधि माया नाची बड़ लागी जीवन लगी हरि नमः महामंत्र रहतु मागी हरि नमः महामंत्र रहतु मागी
हरे कृष्ण। Hare Krishna, everyone. So now we will have Gaura Arti. So you can sing with me. Hare Krishna. Kiba Jayo Jayo Gora Chander Arati Ko Shobha. Kiba Jayo Jayo Gora Chander Arati Ka Shobha. Jahnavi Tatavane Jagamana Lobha. Jahnavi Tatavane Jagamana Lobha. Kiba Dakhine Nitai Chand Bame Gadadhara. Kiba Dakhine Nitai Chand Bame Gadadhara. Nikate Advaita Shrini Vasa Chhatradhara. Nikate Advaita Shrini Vasa Chhatradhara. Iba Bosi Yache Gora Chand Ratna Simhasane. Iba Bosi Yache Gora Chand Ratna Simhasane. Arati Kore na Brahma Adi Deva Gane. आरती कोरे न ब्रह्मा आदि देव गणे इमा नर हरि आदि कोरी श्यामर ढूलाय शिवा नर हरि आदि कोरी श्यामर ढूलाया संजया मुकुंद बासु घोष आदि गाया संजया मुकुंद बासु घोष आदि गाया शंखा बाजे घंटा बाजे माधुर 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 बाजे शंखा बाजे घंटा बाजे बाजे करताला बाजे बाजे माधुर 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 बाजे शंखा बाजे घंटा बाजे बाजे करताला बाजे माधुर मृदंग बाजे परम रसाला निताय गौरा हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल कि बाबाहु कोटि चंद्राजिनी वदन उज्ज्वल कि बाहु कोटि चंद्राजिनी वदन उज्ज्वल वदन उज्ज्वल गाला देशे बनमाला कोरे जलमल गाला देशे बनमाला कोरे जलमल शिवा शिव शुक नारद प्रेमे गदागद इवा शिव शुक नारद प्रेमे गदागद भक्ति विनोद देखे गौरार संपद भक्ति विनोद देखे गौरार संपद निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल नमः ॐ विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामी इति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे नमस्ते जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Jaya Radha Kala Chandji Radha Kala Chandji Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Damodara Radha Damodara Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Shri Radhe. Jaya Jagannath Jaya Jagannath Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajakaacharya Ashtottarashata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila Abhay Charanaravindha Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajakaacharya Ashtottarashata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada Ki. Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda Ki. नामाचार्य श्रील हरिदास ठाकुर की. प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवास आदि गौर भक्त वृंद की. श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की. श्री वृंदावन धाम की. श्री नवद्वीप मायापुर धाम की. पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की. गंगा मैया की, यमुना मैया की, तुलसी महारानी की, समवेत गौर भक्त वृंद की. निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga.
हरे कृष्ण। नमस्ते नरसिंहाय नमस्ते नरसिंहाय प्रह्लाद लाददायिने हिरण्यकशिपुर्वक्षः शिलटङ्कानकालहे इतो नरसिंह परतो नरसिंहो इतो नरसिंह परतो नरसिंहो यतो यतो यामि तटो नरसिंहा यतो यतो यामि तटो नरसिंहा बाहे नरसिंहो हृदये नरसिंहो बाहे नरसिंहो हृदये नरसिंहो नरसिंहमदिं शरणं प्रपदे नरसिंहमदिं शरणं प्रपदे तव करकमलवरे नखाम् अद्भुतशृङ्गाम् दलिता हिरण्यकशिपु तनुभृङ्गाम् केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे तव कर कमलवरे नखाम् अद्भुत शृङ्गार दलिता हिरण्यकशिपु तनुभृङ्गा केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे हो जय जगदीश हरे स्वामी जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे स्वामी जय जगदीश हरे जयो लक्ष्मी नरसिंहा जयो लक्ष्मी नरसिंहा जयो लक्ष्मी नरसिंहा जयो लक्ष्मी नरसिंहा जयो नरहरि जयो नरहरि जयो नरहरि जयो नरहरि Jayo Prahlad Maharaj, Jayo Prahlad Maharaj, Jayo Prahlad Maharaj, Jayo Prahlad Maharaj. Jayo Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jayo Jayo Prabhupada. Jayo Jayo Gurudev, 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 Jayo Jayo Gurudev. Nittai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nittai Gaura Hari Bol. सर्व विघ्न विनाशक नरसिंहदेव भगवान की जय। भक्त शिरोमणि प्रहलाद महाराज की जय। निताय गौर प्रेमानंदी।
Hare Krishna. Welcome to Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji Temple. And this is our evening program. We just had the Aarti done, and then the Lordships are getting dressed in their night dress. So the altar will be closed from 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock. And during that time, we've been discussing the Bhagavad Gita, verse by verse. So we are on chapter 4 today. We'll continue doing that. Please join us. And then at 8 o'clock, the altar will open. And then this month is very special. And it's going to get over almost in 3 days. So all of us get to show a ghee lamp to their Lordships at 8 o'clock. This is the month of Damodar. So please stay for that also. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. यमुनतीरावनचारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajakaacharya Ashtottara Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Srimad Bhagavad Gita Ki Jai Samaveta Bhakta Vrind Ki Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories, all glories, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Please repeat. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Okay, we're reading from Srimad Bhagavad Gita as it is. This is chapter 4 titled Transcendental Knowledge. We are on text 40 today. The format that we usually follow is read the Sanskrit verse, then there is the word for word translation for each of the Sanskrit words that we have. Then there is a translation and there is a purport by Srila Prabhupada. Then we'll discuss a little bit about the verse. Ajñāscha shraddadhanascha samshayatma vinashyati nayam lokosti naparo nashukam shamshayatmanah. This is the word for word translation. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Ajñā, a fool who has no knowledge in standard scriptures. Cha, and ashraddadhana, without faith in revealed scriptures. Sha also, samshaya of doubts. Atma, a person. Vinashyati, falls back. Na, never. I am in this. Lokaha, world. Asti, there is. Na, nor. Paraha, in the next life. Na, not. Sukham, happiness. Samshaya, doubtful. Atmanaha, of the person. Translation. But ignorant and faithless persons who doubt the revealed scriptures do not attain God consciousness, they fall down. For the doubting soul, there is happiness neither in this world nor in the next. Please repeat. But ignorant and faithless persons who doubt the revealed scriptures do not attain God consciousness. They fall down. For the doubting soul, there is happiness neither in this world nor in the next. We'll read the purport and then we'll discuss a little bit. Out of many standard and authoritative revealed scriptures, the Bhagavad Gita is the best. Persons who are almost like animals have no faith in or knowledge of the standard revealed scriptures. And some, even though they have knowledge of or can cite passages from the revealed scriptures, have actually no faith in these words. And even though others may have faith in scriptures like Bhagavad Gita, they do not believe in or worship the personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. Such persons cannot have any standing in Krishna consciousness. They fall down. Out of all the above mentioned persons, those who have no faith and are always doubtful make no progress at all. Men without faith in God and His revealed word find no good in this world nor in the next. For them, there is no happiness whatsoever. One should therefore follow the principles of revealed scriptures with faith and thereby be raised to the platform of knowledge. Only this knowledge will help one become promoted to the transcendental platform of spiritual understanding. In other words, doubtful persons have no status whatsoever in scriptural emancipation. One should therefore follow in the footsteps of great acharyas who are in the disciplic succession and thereby attain success. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Utapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamsha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakan Vitamsha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Pashyatya Deshatarine. Okay. We're in the 4th chapter now, and we're almost going to conclude the 4th chapter. 2 more texts, and Krishna will be done with transcendental knowledge, the topic of transcendental knowledge. And especially in the last, from verse 36 6 onwards, 35, 36 onwards, Krishna is basically summarizing everything that he has spoken about in the 4th chapter. So before we get into this verse, I wanted to know how many of you have read the Gita before, so that we can, okay? Okay, so you're conversant with what's happening here, right? Okay. Do you know what propels Krishna's conversation with Arjuna in the 4th chapter? What's happening here? Why does Krishna speak about knowledge? What's happening in the 3rd chapter? Does anybody know? I'll give you a clue. The 3rd chapter is called Karma Yoga. Krishna is dealing with different kinds of actions that we can perform, right? And what does Krishna say about actions in the 3rd chapter? How should we act, Krishna says. Does anybody remember? This is Arjuna's question, right? He's there in the battlefield of Kurukshetra. And then Arjuna doesn't want to fight. He's seeing all his relatives on the battlefield. And Arjuna is saying to Krishna, oh, Krishna, I really don't want to fight. I want to go to the forest. But Krishna is saying, no, Arjuna, you have to fight. So the 3rd chapter begins with this question from Arjuna. Because in the 2nd chapter, Krishna has summarized the entire Bhagavad Gita. And then he's talking about using intelligence and how Arjuna should restrain his senses. And then the 3rd chapter begins with Arjuna's question that, Krishna, I initially wanted to renounce everything and go away, right? I didn't want to fight the battle. I want to go to the forest. But then you said I should fight. But now you're saying I have to use my intelligence and restrain my senses. What should I do? Should I renounce or should I act? This is Arjuna's question, right? Which is a very valid question in the due course of the conversation that they've been having. So what does Krishna say? Should Arjuna renounce everything or should Arjuna act? What is Krishna's answer? No wrong answers. Fight. Krishna says you should fight. Yes, that's the exact thing. Krishna basically says you have to renounce, you have to do your duty, you have to act, but you have to renounce the results of your action. In this way, you won't get bound in this world, Krishna says. Because you cannot not act in this world. This is the point Krishna is making. Arjuna, you can go and try to just be, but it's impossible. Because why it's impossible? Because it's the very nature of who we are. Right? This is the first thing that Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita. What's Krishna's first instruction to Arjuna? When Arjuna first surrenders to Krishna, right? He's giving so many different arguments on why he should not fight. And finally, there is a pivotal moment in the Bhagavad Gita that happens, where Krishna and Arjuna, their relationship is what? Now, but before? Friends, right? Relatives, but really close friends, peers. So they didn't have respect for each other, just like real friends who are really close. But at this moment, Arjuna accepts a position of a student and says, Krishna, please accept me as a student and tell me for sure what I have to do, right? So that's why this entire thing happens. And then Krishna starts instructing Arjuna. And the first instruction that Krishna gives is what to Arjuna? Which is the most pivotal instruction of all. Why should he not cry? That's true. Kind of, it's true, and he is acting, right? He is going to kill. He's in a battlefield, and he's going to kill people. So he is acting from that perspective. But Krishna's message is that Arjuna, you think this is your grandfather Drona, Bhishma. This is your teacher Drona. These are all your cousins who are standing on the other side. But they are not who you think they are. Is Krishna's point, right? You're relating to them with their bodies that they have taken. But that's not what the real identity is. The real identity of all of us is what? Is that we are spirit souls. This is Krishna's first message to Arjuna. The minute Krishna starts instructing, Krishna completely changes the paradigm in which Arjuna is thinking, right? What Arjuna is thinking is, if I'm killing my grandfather is going to die. If I kill my cousins are going to die. But Krishna's message is that, the body is going to die, but the soul is not going to die. And that is who they really are. Because when we see, when somebody dies, the body is still there, but something has left the body, right? The body that we saw 2 seconds back before when the life was there is still there, but we can't relate to that person anymore. So even if the body is there, the actual person inside has left, and that person is nothing but the soul, right? So this is Krishna's message, right? And therefore, the very nature of our soul is that we are pleasure seeking. Anandamayo bhyasat, the Vedas say. That this is our nature, that as spirituals, we are constantly seeking pleasure. How can I get pleasure? How can I get pleasure? Okay, but the problem is we have misidentified with this body, right? I think I'm this body. And therefore, I think what will give me pleasure is the pleasure that I get through my senses. When I see something nice, oh, I'm going to get so much happiness. When I hear something nice, when I touch something nice, everything, smell something nice, eat something nice, I'm going to get so much pleasure. This is our misidentification, right? But the problem is the body and the pleasure that we are seeking in this material world are completely the opposite of our own nature. Because the spirit soul is eternal in nature, right? As spirit souls, eternal means we have never been born, we have never died. That's what Krishna says. Na jayate mriyate va kadachin nayam bhutva bhavita va na bhuya ajo nitya shashvato yam purano na hanyate hanyamane sharire. That when the sharira, the body, is killed, na hanyate, he says. The soul doesn't die. Because the soul is eternal. So, but we're trying to get happiness through things that are temporary in nature. Everything that is there in this material world, the world that we live in, the quality of it is that it is temporary and it gives us misery. This is the nature, Krishna says. The nature of this world is dukalayam and ashashvatam. But yet our nature is completely the opposite. We are eternal and we are constantly pleasure seeking. Therefore, anything that we get in this world is only going to cause us misery or frustration. This is Krishna's point. That if you try to do something that has a beginning or an end, Krishna says those activities are going to cause you misery. Do you think of any activity that you do? Does it have a beginning or an end? Okay, you eat. Does it have a beginning or an end? Yeah, it has a beginning. I start eating. I stop eating. Okay, it's going to give you misery, Krishna says. Every single activity that we do in this world is going to cause us misery, Krishna says. This is the nature of this world. And therefore, for us to actually seek happiness, Krishna says we have to act from our actual identity. Right now, we have given ourselves so many different identities based on this body, right? Oh, I'm a man, I'm a woman, I'm born in such and such a country, I work in such and such a company, I have such and such qualifications, like I'm a master's or a PhD or so whatnot. So many different qualifications that we give us, but they are very temporary in nature. And yet we think that is who we actually are, and we act on that platform. And that is what is the cause of all the misery. And why do we act like that? Is because we don't have knowledge. Right? This is where the first Krishna in this verse is talking about 3 different kinds of people. Right? The ignorant, the faithless, and who is a doubter. These are the 3 kinds of people Krishna is speaking about in this verse. Right? In the previous verse, he has spoken about what will happen to a person who actually has faith in this knowledge. Krishna says, a faithful man who is dedicated to transcendental knowledge and who subdues his senses is eligible to achieve such knowledge. That's how you can actually achieve knowledge. Right? You have to control your senses. Think about when we were students, or if we are still students, that's okay. When you go to the school, what are you doing? Can you do anything and everything that you want? No. Sit there for 8 hours, you're controlling your senses, and then you're in fact sacrificing. Krishna says that different kinds of sacrifices, he says. A student sacrifices their sense of hearing. You can't hear anything and everything that you want. You have to hear to what the teacher is speaking in the class when you're in school, right? Then, when you're sacrificing and you're controlling your senses, what do? As a result of it, you acquire knowledge. Right? This is a prerequisite, which is very obvious in the world that we live in, right? It doesn't even... And having achieved it, he quickly attains supreme spiritual peace. This is the result of achieving knowledge, right, that Krishna is saying. In this verse, Krishna is saying, but ignorant and faithless persons who doubt the revealed scriptures do not attain God consciousness. But that's okay. That's a very high bar, right? What if I don't have to attain God consciousness? He says, they fall down. For the doubting soul, there is happiness neither in this world nor in the next. This is the problem, right? I don't have lofty goals where I have to attain God consciousness. But the basic problem is Krishna is saying you can't even attain happiness in this world. What to think of the next? This is the problem, right? So this is knowledge. That's the first thing that's required, right? For us to act properly. Or else we do all kinds of things and we end up in really miserable places because we actually don't know what's happening. Like a small child, right? For us, we know, oh, the fire burns. But for a small child, the fire doesn't know that the fire burns, but puts its finger, the finger is going to burn. Fire is fire. It will burn whether you know it or not, right? And that is the laws of material nature that we have here. Whether you know or not, the laws are going to catch up with you. Can you say on the highway when you drive, when you're overspeeding, oh, I don't know what the speed was? And then the traffic cop comes and says, okay, is that possible? No, right? Similarly, but these laws are applicable only to us as human beings. For other living entities, these laws are not applicable. Why? Because only for human beings, we can actually distinguish between what is right and what is wrong. Because we have this power of intelligence that in this body we can exercise. We can ask questions. Why is this happening? Why am I here? What should I do? But a cat or a dog or an elephant cannot do it. Right? This very principle of dharma, what is the right thing to do, applies only to human beings. For the animals, it doesn't really apply. Therefore, we cannot feign ignorance, right? I can say, oh, I don't want to look at whatever is happening. I'll do whatever I want. Then you're obviously going to be miserable because you have no idea how to act. And then you're going to act in ways that are going to incriminate you. And then therefore, you're going to be miserable. Krishna is saying the second type of person also is not going to be happy. The second type of person, Krishna says, is a faithless person. Right? And Prabhupada in his purport explains, and some, even though they have knowledge of or can cite passages from the revealed scriptures, have actually no faith in these words. Right? You might see these scholars quoting Bhagavad Gita left, right, and center, but they don't believe a single word of the Bhagavad Gita. If you ask, who is Krishna? Who is a mythical character? Oh, he was somebody like us. They have all these kinds of different interpretations of what the scriptures say. Although they might claim themselves to be incredible scholars. Right? In this regard, there is a really nice story. I forget where the story is from. Probably you can tell me. The cobbler and the Brahmana. There is so you know this Narada Muni. So he's a very famous sage. So he has this ability to travel across different planetary systems. The traveling spaceman, right? So one day Narada Muni is traveling somewhere, and then he sees a very learned person, right? A Brahmana. A Brahmana is somebody who is very learned and intelligent. And then he says, Narada Muni, how are you? Huh? Yeah, but I don't know the source of it. You know where the source of the story is from? Yeah, some Purana. But the Brahmana asks, Narada Muni, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Vaikuntha to meet our Lord. He says, oh, that's very wonderful. Please give my respects to the Lord. And then can you please ask him one thing for me? He asks Narada Muni. And then Narada Muni says, yes, sure, I can do that for you. And then this Brahmana says, Narada Muni, can you please ask the Lord when I'll be liberated and when I can go back to the spiritual world? This is his question. And Narada Muni says, yes, I'll ask him that question. And then while he's going, he sees another cobbler sitting under a banyan tree. Then he's doing his work. And then the cobbler also gives all respects to Narada Muni. And then he's asking, where are you going, Narada Muni? And then he says, I'm going to the spiritual world, Vaikuntha, to meet the Lord. And then the cobbler also asks the same question. I know I'm very fallen, miserable. And I know it's going to take a very long time for me to go and meet my Lord in the spiritual world. But can you please ask him when I'll be able to get liberated and go to the spiritual world? Narada Muni says, yes, I'll go. I'll ask him. And then he goes to Vaikuntha, and then he tells Lord Vishnu that, oh, I saw these two people, and then they really wanted me to ask this question to you. And then Lord Vishnu says, yes, what is this? So there was this Brahmana, a really knowledgeable Brahmana, who was asking me when he would come back to the spiritual world. And then Vishnu says, for him it will take millions and millions of years. You have to tell him that. And then he asks, what about the cobbler then? And then Vishnu says, oh, this is his last life. Once he leaves his body, he's going to come back to the spiritual world, Lord Vishnu says. Narada Muni is very confused. How can this be? This Brahmana is so learned, he's performing so many austerities, and he's quoting scriptures, so much he knows. How can he take so many millions of years? And then Lord Vishnu says, okay, you go back and tell them, when they ask what I was doing in the spiritual world, you go back and tell them that I was taking an elephant and putting the elephant inside the hole of a needle and then taking the elephant out. And then see what they say. This was Vishnu. And then he goes to the Brahmana and then he says, oh, Narada Muni, were you able to ask the Lord my question? And he says, yes, yes. He says, it's going to be lots of millions of years before you come back to the spiritual world. Oh, Narada Muni, how can that be possible? Because I've been performing so much of austerities. And then he says, okay, then tell me, I want to make sure that you actually went to Vaikuntha to see the Lord. Right? He asks, oh, what was the Lord doing there? He asks. And then Narada Muni says, he was taking the elephant and putting the elephant through the hole of a needle and taking the elephant out on the other side. And then the Brahmana started to laugh. Oh, Narada Muni, now you're just making fun of me. How is it even possible that you can put an elephant through a hole of a needle and take it out? And he said, okay. Then Narada Muni goes to the cobbler. And then this exact same thing happens. And then the cobbler says, did the Lord answer my question? Narada Muni says, yes, yes, this is your last lifetime. And you can come back to the spiritual world after this. And then he asks the same, oh, what was my Lord doing there in the spiritual world? And Narada Muni says the same thing. He took an elephant and then put it in the hole of a needle and took it on the other side. And then the cobbler said, oh, how wonderful it is that the Lord is able to do this. And Narada Muni is asking, how? How can you believe this? Have you ever seen an elephant being put into the hole of a needle and taken it out from the other side? How is this possible? And then the cobbler says, Narada Muni, do you see this big banyan tree that I am sitting under? But the banyan tree was not like this, right? When it was just a seed, the Lord is able to put this entire big banyan tree within that seed. So why can't the Lord put an elephant through the needle of a hole of a needle and take it out? Right? This is faith. So although Krishna says this is second kind of person, right? Although this person might be so knowledgeable, can quote the scriptures left, right, and center, but has no faith in the words of the scripture. So then there is no use, right? And then the third kind of person is the person that Krishna is stressing so much in this verse. Samshayatma. He uses the word twice in this word. He says, Samshayatma vinashyati, and then Nashukam Samshayatmanaha. He's going to get destroyed and he's not going to get any peace. This Samshayatmanaha. This Samshayatmanaha is a doubtful person. He neither has faith nor has this, or is always doubting. And doubt in itself is not a bad thing, right? Hey, I'm trying to listen something and something that I say might create a question in your mind. That in itself is not a problem. But what is the difference between somebody who has a doubt and somebody who is always doubtful? What is the difference? Can anybody? So somebody who has a doubt is genuine, right? Hey, this is what Arjuna is doing throughout the Bhagavad Gita. Oh, Krishna, you said this that time. Now you're saying this now. How should I understand this? This is very... Throughout our scriptures, you will see this. The Bhagavad Gita, in Srimad Bhagavatam, the Vedas, and the Puranas, it's constantly a conversation that's happening, which is perfectly fine. But the result of such conversation should be that I really want to know the answer for the question. Whereas a doubtful person keeps asking questions, is never satisfied with the answer. And with that, he has no faith and he is always doubtful. And for such a person, he can neither be happy here nor be in the next. Right? Think about this. Do we put faith in anything else in the material world? Because this is a big thing, right? Oh, religion, you guys are asking us to put faith. How can we go on faith? Think about things in the world that we do. You take a flight, right? Say you have to go from here to New York. You have to go on a flight. Aren't you putting faith in the person who built the flight? Aren't you putting faith in the person who's actually the pilot of the flight? Do you go and say, oh, can you please give me your license? I want to see whether you actually are qualified for this. Hey, can you tell me the college in which you actually learned flying the aircraft? So many things, right? How many of you have done high school here? Raise your hands. High school math, right? You have something called Euclidean geometry that all of us learn. What is the basic building block of Euclidean geometry? Where does it start? Does anybody remember? Euclidean geometry starts from a point. Point becomes a line, one dimension. It becomes 2 dimensions, and then it becomes 3 dimensions. Everything in the world that we know is based on Euclidean geometry. And the Euclidean geometry starts from a point. Does anybody know what a definition of a point is? It's been a long time since we've read it. But the definition of a point is something that doesn't have any dimension. No length, no breadth. Have we seen anything in this world that doesn't have length or a breadth? But yet, we put faith that this building will stand based on Euclidean geometry. Everything that's built is built based on Euclidean geometry, right? So when we say, oh, faith, we put faith in so many different things. But yet, when it comes to spirituality, we don't want to put faith in the words of Krishna. But we don't ask you to, Krishna doesn't ask you to have blind faith. That's not what's happening in the Bhagavad Gita, right? Arjuna is constantly asking questions to Krishna, and Krishna is perfectly fine. And even after the 18th chapter, Krishna will ask, oh, Arjuna, are you satisfied? Should I explain more to you? And then Arjuna says, no, Krishna, all my doubts are cleared. I'm perfectly fine now. But this is what Krishna is doing, right? He's perfectly fine with us asking questions, but asking questions for the sake of getting answers. Because most of us don't want to know the answers because we'll have to act on it. That is the biggest problem, right? We'll have so many questions. Oh, why is this happening? Why is that happening? Why is Krishna doing this? Why is Krishna doing that? But are we asking that with the view of actually knowing the answer so that we can actually follow this lifestyle? This is the very basis for bhakti or devotional service, right? Adav Shraddha. It starts with some little faith. What is that faith? Is that, hey, I'm going to come here and then see what's happening, right? All of you have put in that Adav Shraddha, little bit of faith, and said, hey, if I like it, I'm going to go there again. If I don't like it, it's fine. I've given it a try. This is Adav Shraddha. But when you come in here and then say, hey, I like these people, I would like to associate with them, then sadhu sangha happens. Then we actually start associating with people who actually have faith that is more than us. Because faith is not like a switch where today I have faith, zero faith, and tomorrow it becomes 100. It's a gradual process that actually starts building, like in any relationship. The relationship between two people, the faith doesn't happen overnight, right? How does faith build between two people? How does it build? We all have had relationships in this world, right? Friends or spouses. How do we build faith in each other? Any answers? Yeah, how do we act on it? What do we do to build faith in each other? Communication. Serve each other. Right? We constantly serve each other. Oh, this person does something for me. I do something for this person. And then we are constantly becoming reliable over time. Then we start building faith. Right? So we spoke in the beginning that what our actual identity is. Krishna says our actual identity is that of a spirit soul. So how do we act on that platform? Okay, that's a very generic statement, right? But Krishna also says in the Bhagavad Gita what his position is. Aham sarvasya prabhavo matta sarvam pravartate, Krishna says. It is from me that everything emanates. Which means we as spirit souls have also emanated from him, are also parts and parcels of him, of Krishna. And we as spirit souls have a unique, personal, loving relationship with Krishna. This is what the entire practice of bhakti is. In our current state, we've actually forgotten what our identity is. Our identity is that of a spirit soul, and we as spirit souls have a unique relationship with the Lord. And that relationship is based out of love. And this entire practice of bhakti is so that we can reawaken this relationship with the Lord. And that starts with Adav Shraddha. And then when we put in that first step and then serve the Lord, like in any relationship, it's a two-way thing. The Lord will reciprocate. Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Ye yatamam prapadyante tam sataiva vajamiham. Whatever you invest, I am also going to invest in that relationship, Krishna says. It's not a one-way thing where it's give, give, give. Then that relationship is toxic. But the nature of the relationship between us and the Lord is not toxic. It is purely based out of love. Therefore, when we put in that first step, Krishna puts in his step. In fact, he puts in more than what we can even put, right? And therefore, the faith builds, the faith builds, the faith builds. And when we are actually have this initial faith and we associate in the midst of people who actually have their faith that has grown strong, that also gives us faith, right? Adav Shraddha Tata Sadhu Sangha. This association is very vital for anything that we do. That's why we go to the school, right? We could as well sit at home and study. But when people are doing the same things that we want to do, that gives us an impetus to move further, faster, rapidly. It's the same thing. If you want to be a businessman, you better be in the circle of businessmen so that you can think like them. So this association is very important even in the material world that we do, right? So Adav Shraddha Tata Sadhu Sangha. And slowly we can actually practice this Krishna consciousness, bhajana kriya. And through this bhajana, all our unwanted things go away, right? This is the definition of bhakti. Sarvopadi vinirmuktam tatparatvena nirmalam rishikena rishikesha sevanam bhakti ruchite. Krishna is called Rishikesha. Rishikesha means one who is the master of senses. We all have our senses. We are not saying the process of bhakti is not negation. Don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. No. The process of bhakti is do it, but do it for the service of the Lord. Because Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita very clearly that you cannot not act. We have to act in this world. This is the key to unlocking the mystery of how to live in this world, right? You have to act in this world, but if you act for yourself, then you're going to be bound in this world by the common thing that we all know as karma, right? Any action that you do is going to have a good reaction, is going to have a bad reaction. And you have to take a bus to experience the good reaction and the bad reaction. So the thing is, you cannot not act. You have to act, but at the same time, when you act, you're going to acquire karma. So Krishna's solution is you have to act, but do it for me. So when we eat, we are still going to eat. We're not saying don't eat. But whatever you prepare, put that in front of Krishna and say, Krishna, thank you so much for giving me this wonderful meal. That gratitude, because everything that we get comes from Krishna. The sun, the moon, the air, the land, the water, every single thing that is required comes from Krishna, right? And similarly, of all the senses, the acharyas say, the most difficult of the sense to control is what? Any guesses? What is, yeah, but tongue. Yeah, the tongue is really, yeah, mind also. Mind is really, Arjuna says, it's easier to control the wind than control the mind. But among the gross senses that we have, the tongue is very, very hard to control. So, and the two functions that we do with the tongue are, what do we do with the tongue? Yeah, we eat, talk. So, that's the first thing that we can use in the service of Krishna, right? We eat, we're not saying don't eat it. But whatever you prepare, place it in front of Krishna. Offer it to him before you can have it. And take some time in a day for yourself and then chant the Mahamantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. This mantra is called the Mahamantra. It's the best of all the mantras. Because Krishna's name and Krishna are non-different from each other. The Padma Purana says, Abhinnatvam Nama Namino. That the name and the named are non-different, spiritually speaking. But in this material world, the name and the named are different, right? I've been speaking, and if I need water to drink, if I say water, 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 will my thirst be quenched? No, that the name water and the substance water are different in this world, right? Whereas Krishna's name and Krishna himself as a person are non-different. It's the same. When you say the name Krishna, Krishna is personally present. And therefore, he purifies us, right? So, Rishikena. So, when we use our senses to serve the master of the senses, two things happen as a result of it. Sarva Upadi Vinirmuktam. All our designations that we have put for ourselves, right? I'm a man, I'm a woman, I'm an Indian, I'm an American. All these designations that we have put on ourselves start clearing away. We actually start identifying ourselves with who we actually are. And tat paratvena nirmalam. And all our senses start getting purified. In this way, we can actually see the world for what it actually is and then act in the proper way. So this is bhakti. The bhakti is not a negative process. It's not a neti neti. Don't do this, don't do that. We can do everything that we're doing. It's just the consciousness. That's why it's called Krishna consciousness, right? The same activity that we're doing, we just need to change the attitude with which we do that activity. Oh Krishna, I'm doing this for you. Everything we can do, except for like very few things, like killing other people or that you can do if you're still a warrior, right? Because the military men, when they go and kill in the battlefield, they're not held liable. In fact, they're giving gallantry awards for it. So if that is our dharma, then we can do it. We can still do every single thing that we can do for Krishna, and in that way purify ourselves. So this is Krishna's message. We have to have this faith. If we don't have faith and we're constantly doubting, then there is neither happiness in this world or in the next. This is Krishna's message. So try to develop this. Try this Adav Shraddha, right? Try this experiment. Let me take 10 minutes out of my life, right? Let me chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra for 10 minutes. Let me try just eating prasadam for 1 month. Right? Everything that I'm going to prepare, I'm going to put it in front of the Lord and say a prayer of gratitude and then consume the prasadam. Then see if it actually changes, because it's not based on blind faith. Right? So we'll stop here now, and if there are any questions or comments, we can take it. Okay. How many of you are coming to our temple for the first time? Raise your hands. Oh, you've been here. Oh, this is your first time? Hare Krishna. Where are you coming from? Frisco. Thank you for visiting Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji Dham. And for those who are returning back to our temple, thank you very much for coming back to our temple. And we have so many different activities that happen in the temple, and we welcome all of you to participate in all those activities and festivities. You can find all the information at www.radhakalachandji.org. This is our website. And we have our Facebook page. If you search for Radha Kalachandji Temple, that's our Facebook page. So you should have information about all the different kinds of activities that happen in our temple. And also, if you want to participate in meetups, we have these Bhagavad Gita discussions that happen all over the DFW area every Friday evenings. So Friday meetups that happen. We can take down your contacts and pass it on to the devotees who are doing this program. And that is a more informal setting of discussing the Bhagavad Gita. They also go through the Bhagavad Gita and discuss it, and then they have some kirtan like that. So please let us know if you're interested. We'll come around and get your contact details and pass it on. But thank you very much for visiting our temple. So this is a very, very auspicious month of the month of Kartik. So at 8 o'clock, the altar will open, and then all of us will get a chance to offer a ghee lamp to the Lord. It is an offering of our love to Krishna, right? For many, many lifetimes, we've forgotten Krishna. And this is an opportunity for us to reconnect with that relationship with him that we just spoke. And when we put the first step in, Krishna is going to reciprocate 1,000-fold in that relationship. So please stay back for that also. Thank you so much for visiting. Hare Krishna. Vancha kalpatrubhyasya kripa sindhubhye vacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
You want to open it up real quick? Is it D or C? What is it?
Play it. Let's see.
Okay, I'm good with this one. I'm good with this one. Shri Shri Radha Damodar ki, Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji ki. Saraswati Devi Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Namamishwaram Sachid Anandarupam Lasat Kundalam Gokule Brajamanam. Namamishwaram Sachidanandarupam Lasat Kundalam Gokule Brajamanam. Yashodabhiyoluka Ladhavamanam Param Rishtamatyantato Dhrutya Gopya. Yashodabhiyoluka Ladhavamanam Param Rishtamatyantato Dhrutya Gopya. Rudantam muhurnetra yugmamrijantam karam bhojayugmena shatankanetram. Rudantam muhurnetra yugmamrijantam karam bhojayugmena shatankanetram.
स्थिताग्रैवं दामोदरं भक्तिबद्धम् मुहुस्वासकम्पाते रेकङ्ककण्ठ स्थिताग्रैवं दामोदरं भक्तिबद्धम् इति दृक्स्वलीलाभिरानन्दकुण्डे स्वघोषं निमाजान्तम् आख्यापयन्ताम् इति दृक्स्वलीलाभिरानन्दकुण्डे स्वघोषं निमाजान्तम् आख्यापयन्ताम् तदीयेषितागेषु भक्तर्जिता त्वां पुनः प्रेमतस्तं शतावृत्ति वन्दे तदीयेषितागेषु भक्तर्जिता त्वां पुनः प्रेमतस्तं शतावृत्ति वन्दे वरं देवमोक्षं न मोक्षावधिं वा न चान्यं वृणेऽहं वरेषदपीह वरं देवमोक्षं न मोक्षावधिं वा न चान्यं वृणेऽहं वरेषदपीह इदं तेव पूर्णथा गोपालबालं सदा मे मनस्य वीर अस्तं किमन्ये इदं तेव पूर्णथा गोपालबालं सदा मे मनस्य वीर आस्तं किमन्ये इदं ते मुखं भोजम् अत्यन्तनीलैर्वृतं कुण्टालैः स्निग्धा रक्तैश्च गोप्या इदं ते मुखं भोजम् अत्यन्तनीलैर्वृतं कुण्टालैः स्निग्धा रक्तैश्च गोप्या मुहुश्चुम्बितं बिम्बं रक्ताधरं मे मानस्य विरस्तम् अलं लक्ष्यलाभै मुहुश्चुम्बितं बिम्बं रक्ताधरं मे मानस्य वीरस्तम् अलं लक्ष्यलाभै नमो देव दामोदर अनंत विष्णु प्रसीद प्रभो दुःख जलाभिमग्नम् नमो देव दामोदर अनंत विष्णु प्रसीद प्रभो दुःख जलाभिमग्नम् नमो देव दामोदर अनंत विष्णु प्रसीद प्रभो दुःख जलाभिमग्नम् कृपादृष्टिवृष्ट्यातिदीनं बतानु गृहाणेश मामाज्ञा मे द्यक्षिदृश्या ओ कृपा दृष्टिवृष्ट्यातिदीनं बतानु गृहाणेश मामाज्ञा मे द्यक्षिदृश्या कुबेरात्मजो बद्धा मूत्रैव याद्वात् त्वया मोचितो भक्ति भाजो कृतो च कुबेरात्मजो बद्धा मूत्रैव याद्वात् त्वया मोचितो भक्ति भाजो कृतो च तथा प्रेम भक्तिं स्वकामे प्रयच्छ न मोक्षे ग्रहो मेऽस्ति दामोदरे हा तथा प्रेम भक्तिं स्वकामे प्रयच्छ न मोक्षे ग्रहो मेऽस्ति दामोदरे हा नमस्ते सुधाम्ने स्फुरदीप्तिधाम्ने त्वदीयोदरायाथा विश्वस्य धाम्ने नमस्ते सुधाम्ने स्फुरदीप्तिधाम्ने त्वदीयोदरायाथा विश्वस्य धाम्ने नमो राधिकायै त्वदीयप्रियायै नमो राधिकायै त्वदीयप्रियायै नमो राधिकायै त्वदीयप्रियायै नमो राधिकायै त्वदीयप्रियायै नमो नन्तलीलाय देवाय तुभ्यं नमो नन्तलीलाय देवाय तुभ्यम् नमामीश्वरं सच्चित् आनन्दरूपं लसत्कुण्डलं गोकुले भ्रजमानम् यशोदाभियो लाघवमानम् परं मिश्रमात्यन्ततो धृत्य गोप्या Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody, please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Radha Kalachanji Radhe Radhe Radha Kalachanji Radhe Radhe Radha Damodar Radhe Radhe Radha Damodar Radhe Radhe Radha Shama Sundar Radhe Radhe Radha Sham Sundar Radhe Radhe Jai Radha Kalachanji Radha Kalachanji Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Kalachanji Radha Kalachanji Shri Radhe Jaya Gaura Nitai Jaya Gaura Nitai Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaur Hari Bol. समवेद भक्त वृंद की जय, श्री श्री राधा कालचंद जी की जय, हरि नाम संकीर्तन की जय. To the Supreme Controller who possesses an eternal form of blissful knowledge, whose glistening earrings swing to and fro, who manifested himself in Gokula, who stole the butter that the gopis kept hanging from the rafters of their storerooms, and who then quickly jumped up and ran in retreat in fear of Mother Yashoda, to that supreme, but was ultimately caught, to that Supreme Lord Sri Damodar, I offer my humble obeisances. Upon seeing his mother's whipping stick, he cried and rubbed his eyes again and again with his two lotus hands. His eyes were fearful and his breathing quick, and as Mother Yashoda bound his belly with ropes, he shivered in fright and his pearl necklace shook. To the Supreme Lord Sri Damodar, who is bound with his devotees' love, I offer my humble obeisances. Those super excellent pastimes of Lord Krishna's babyhood drowned the inhabitants of Gokula in pools of ecstasy. To the devotees who are attracted only to his majestic aspect of Narayan and Vaikuntha, the Lord herein reveals, I am conquered and overwhelmed by pure, loving devotion. To the Supreme Lord Damodar, my obeisances hundreds and hundreds of times. O Lord, although you are able to give all kinds of benedictions, I do not pray to you for liberation, nor eternal life in Vaikuntha, nor any other boon. My only prayer is that your childhood pastimes may constantly appear in my mind. O Lord, I do not even want to know your feature of Paramatma. I simply wish that your childhood pastimes may ever be enacted in my heart. O Lord, the cheeks of your blackish lotus face, which is encircled by locks of curling hair, have become reddened like bimba fruit due to Mother Yashoda's kisses. What more can I describe than this? Millions of opulences are of no use to me, but may this vision constantly remain in my mind. O unlimited Vishnu, O Master, O Lord, be pleased upon me. I am drowning in an ocean of sorrow and am almost like a dead man. Please shower the rain of mercy on me, uplift me, and protect me with your nectarian vision. O Lord Damodar, in your form as a baby, Mother Yashoda bound you to a grinding stone with a rope for tying cows. You then freed the sons of Kuvera, Manigriva and Nalakuvara, who were cursed to stand as trees, and you gave them the chance to become your devotees. Please bless me in this same way. I have no desire for liberation into your effulgence. O Lord, the entire universe was created by Lord Brahma, who was born from your abdomen, which was bound with a rope by Mother Yashoda. To this rope I offer my humble obeisances. I offer my obeisances to your most beloved Srimati Radharani and to your unlimited pastimes. Shri Shri Radha Damodar ki, Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Ram, Ram Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada.
पारे की जय जय जय